Hey, I'm just getting set up and I'm hoping that I'll be able to lead the ad break before I actually start. That way it doesn't interrupt me when I'm explaining what I'm about to do. So, here's hoping. Maybe this is why every single streamer starts their streams like 15 minutes early. You know, come to think of it, maybe that's actually what I should be doing this whole time. Huh. Either way, just have fun listening to the hold music while everything gets set up. right. I have to lower the music down here. There we go. I think this is working. I am seeing myself move on the Twitch dashboard view at least. So maybe it's working. I won't know for sure until someone says something in the chat, but based on the fact that I can hear myself and I'm actively speech jamming myself right now, I'm pretty sure this is all working. Cool. So, thank you for enduring the hold music. There we go. Perfect. Someone sees it. Howdy, Jude Jackal. Welcome to whatever this is going to be. Where's the scene? There we go. Let me just copy some tabs over. No way, Miku with only one pigtail. Okay, pigtails are on the side, and ponytails are attached to the root of the head. To the, like... Is it the base of the skull? Hold on. Oh, I should probably not stream that just in case. It's called the occipital knob. Why are we looking at skulls? Okay, we're looking at skulls because someone nerd sniped me. But maybe this is the less dangerous page to view, but so I am looking at making something to do pull-through caching for models from Civitai. Civitai is a website that lets you look at image generation models and share them and download them. This is a fairly huge website, and a lot of the people that use AI workflows with image generation, like with Comfy UI or something, rely on this website whether they want to or not. So at some level, using this means that you're relying on someone else to just not delete the model. That sounds like a recipe for left pad, eh? Hold on, let me see if it's safe to show the front page of this website here. It is, okay. But yeah, it's just basically like, you know, people make images and they have instructions on, and they share models and workflows and whatnot. And there's ads. Because 2024. You try to close the ads and they come back. I should really install uBlock Origin or something on this. But one of the other things you do with it is you can search for models. Hold on, let me test something quick. Yeah, uBlock Origin is poggers. You know what? Let's fix this right now. There. Okay, uBlock Origin was added. But yeah, like, one of the other things that you can do is search for models. Like, for example, I'm using Pony XL here. Let me change Pony as the base filter and go, like, I don't know. Application error. A client-side exception has occurred. See the browser console for more information. Yeah. Like for example, you can get a model that lets you produce images of Elsa from Frozen. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but, you know, you can. You could absolutely get it. And this lets you download oh, yeah, you have to log in to download anything because it's 2024. But Civitai also has an API. And the API allows you to download things. I'm getting Spider-Man Elsa Gate vibes from this. Yeah, I don't know why I chose that one. I'm trying to find things that are relatively unobjectionable here. It is sometimes difficult due to the proclivities of certain members of image generation communities. But yeah, like it's a website that's used a lot by people to do AI image generation stuff. And they have an API for downloading things. So, for example, some models can have multiple variants. So you can specify that you just want the model, or you can specify that you want it as a model and safe tensors and whatever size equals pruned means, and you want 16-bit floating point numbers, and then you append your token at the end, and then you can go. Or continued, you can add your API token to the request headers using the authorization header. The API will redirect to a pre-signed S3 style URL, which can be used to download the resource. The resource's original file name will be in the content disposition header. Okay. Let's also look at their API docs, I guess. To make authorized requests user, you have to use an API key. Once you have an API key, you can authenticate with either an authorization header or query string. You turn down the music a little, yeah. Yeah, I have to make a better setup for this because every time I stop streaming, I end up using the Plex app for other things, and I'm using the Plex app right now to like pull some music that won't get me copy struck from my NAS, and it's great. So it's a public REST API authorization. You must use an API key. You can either put it in an authorization header or in the query string. Query string for your auth token is a bit strange. Oh, this method may be easier in some notebooks and scripts. Okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. So then we have APIs to get creator info. Self-hosted hates Plex now, but I can't remember why. It's because the company that makes it wants to sell premium features so that they can continue to exist. However, lucky for me, they made the mistake of selling me a lifetime purchase. It's great. So, let's just look through. Wait. I recognize this shape of Jason. Where do I recognize this from? Items, metadata. Is this JSON API? Oh my god, it's JSON API. No. Is it JSON API? Hold on, hold on. Examples. No, it's not JSON API. What the hell is this then? Okay, but either way, it looks like that. Oh, it almost looks like ext.js. Either way, it looks like there's some pagination thing where you have a list of items where item is some generic thing. Oh, yeah. Okay. So they do have a common list type. And their list type is oh oh, this is a pagination parent structure. Oh, oh, this makes it easy to make an iterator. Either way, what we're wanting to do is we're wanting to download models. So let's get to information about models. So it looks like the models call is also the search call. I guess that makes sense. You have the ability to check to do which type of model you want, whether it's a checkpoint or a base model, you textual inversion. I forget what that is. I think that's what they call an embedding model. No, the hypernetworks are the embedding model, I thought. Either way. Aesthetic gradient, LoRa, control net, or poses. Whatever those mean. And you can choose which one you sort by, the time frame in which models will be sorted, etc., etc. And then you can filter the stuff that requires authentication. Makes sense. Allow commercial use. Models that support generation. Civitai does generation on their end now? Huh. Oh, here we go. Model versions. The model versions part of the response shows the ID, the name, the description, when it was created, the download URL, and any additional files in that model. So let's take a better look at this. Okay, so here's what the thing would look like. We have the model versions here. POI? What does POI mean? Either way, we have a character turnaround helper or something. We have a creator with a profile picture. We have some tags, and if we go down here, we see that there's some file names. There's some hashes. These hashes will actually be useful as we when we try to figure out how to store things inside the bucket. Oh, it just gives you a download URL so that you can append the stuff you want, add your token, and then get everything you need that way. Okay. POI, point of interest. Let me just check that off camera real quick. Not seeing anything about it, but include some blur hashes and example images. Either way, I think this is enough to start making, like, I think this is enough to start, like, getting a client. I did find something on GitHub that implemented a model downloader based on Civitai URNs for universe. They have a, yeah, they have this like AIR type. What is it? Yeah, it's an AI resource where it's like URN, AIR, the ecosystem, the type of model it is, the network source. I don't know what that means. A unique ID, a version, the layer of the model, and the format. It looks like the layer and the format are optional. Guess that half of it is probably like finding something with it and seeing what it does. But either way, just look at this and see what it does. Oh, there's an error parser. But the error format probably isn't that difficult to parse. Oh, okay. So, for example, they say like URN, and then they have their type, and then they say it's based on Stable Diffusion 1. It's a model. It's from Civitai. They have a model ID, and they have a version number. So this would be like model 2421 at version 43533. Wait, are these models all are model versions all share in like one big namespace? It is. Huh. Okay, let's go over to VS Code and see what the results look like. Oh, hey, where are you? Come back here. There you go. And then that. And oh, that's not big enough. We can't see that. Let's open a new terminal, right click, move to editor area, there. Curl that, and then let's grab this random number from the docs and see what happens. Pipe Jake. Error, file not found. That's a great place to start from. This is promising already. Hold on. Let me find something that I know doesn't require you to authenticate to get into. One sec. Options. Disable that one thing real quick. Okay, so then let's copy this and then paste. Yeah, there's the version ID. You need to be logged in to download it. It doesn't say that on the details page. Can you filter based on if you need to be logged in to view the metadata or not? But either way, from what I'm seeing, it looks like that this stuff is all of the models versions do share the same numbering space. So I guess then this means that you can have like that there's one shared namespace for everything. Is there a way to set default headers or something? Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a way for me to set default headers for this. Let's actually just start by making a simple little parser for their error format. So, or for their error thing. So we have some example errors here. And then we're going to copy that. We're going to put it into StreamFoc. We're going to move back to, helps if you actually show VS Code and not StreamFox. Then we make a new folder, error. And we go to new file, error.go, package error. And then we're going to make a new file, error test.go, package error. And then func test parse, and then we're going to do that, and then we're going to do like var cases : equals a slice of structs, and then we're gonna have that, and then we're gonna have like air string, and we're gonna have, I don't know, type ID struct. And then we're gonna have ecosystem string. We're gonna have type string. We're gonna have source string. We're gonna have ID string, or we're gonna have like model ID string. And we're going to have model version string. And then we're going to have result ID. And then I'm going to star dot paste. Okay, and you just look what this gets you by default. Because I think that realistically, the individual model version is going to be the most useful thing to cache. I think that like caching the entire, like all of the versions might be useful, but I guess then that's a trade-off between like completeness and like wastefulness. Oh, then cases, yeah. Then we'll do for underscore comma cs colon equals range cases t dot run cs dot error func t start testing dot t. I'm just setting up some tests for this parser as we write it so that we can be sure that we're writing correct things. Yeah, this is one of the few times where you'll actually see me to be doing test-driven development on stream. And then result ID. And then we'll v-split this over here so that we can be sure that it's doing it right. So then it's going to be ecosystem sd1 type model source Civitai model ID is going to be 2421, and then version is going to be, I never know what to write for tests when doing test-driven development. Yeah, me either. Like, I'm going to be totally honest. I never really know what to write for tests when I'm doing test-driven development. Like, I suck at test-driven development in general. Like, yeah. Okay, so now if we run this, it should pass because it's doing nothing. Yeah. Cool. So now then let's do func parse input string, and then we get either a pointer to ID or error, right? So then we're gonna do like test-driven development is great after you know what you want or need to do. It's useful to spike something out and then come back to in test-driven development, the edge cases and refactor. Yeah, it's a completely valid way to do things. I'm just bad at it. Error not error equals errors dot new error. The value is not an AIR. If not strings dot has prefix and then we're going to say URN error return nil, error not error. Return result nil. Var result ID, and then we're going to return the pointer to the result. So, right, input. Okay, so looking at these identifiers here, there's several ways that we could split this, and they're all incredibly terrible. Because the format is like this, right? Okay, I have a terrible idea. Let's see if this works. New. Write me a regex to parse this format into the ID struct. Okay, let's see. Let's see what regex this came up with and put it into regex 101. Just to. Okay, so then we go to go regexes, we paste this, and sometimes asking the AI works. Yeah, sometimes it does. Let's paste this in and see what it does. Okay, so it gets that it's stable diffusion 1. It gets that it's a model. It gets that it's from Civitai. It's got the ID and the version. That's terrifying. Okay, does this work with this more complicated one? No, it doesn't. Okay. Version, no, it's going to be ID at. Okay, let's reread this. Sometimes asking the AI works, and sometimes you need to start having major questions. Oh, it's okay. So let's break this regex down and remove the named capture group so it's a bit easier to read. So deleting these names hopefully will make this easier to see what's going on. Okay, so here's the second capture group, and then we create a character class, and the draft means that we match a character not present in the character class. Right? Yeah. You know what? Let's ask AI. It doesn't match that. Okay, then it says that it updated it to handle slashes. I don't know if I believe it, but let's see what it has to say. No, it did not fix it. Of course it didn't fix it. Why would it work? When you have a problem and you use regular expressions to solve it, you have two problems. But when you have a problem and you use AI generating regular expressions to solve it, then you have many problems. Okay, let's see if it at least parses this one that we know should... No. This one that we know should work. Why is the capture group spanning two lines? Either way, it is matching it. Wait, hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Let's take this a bit more simple, right? Let's just do part of this regex in isolation. We're gonna have foo bar, right? So what we have here is then we're going to want a capture group with a character class that does not have a colon in it, right? And then we're going to have plus for repeating. Then we're going to have a colon, and then we're going to have a character. We're going to have a capture group, a character class, a match something not in the character class, and then that plus, or then that plus, or dot plus, yeah. So based on this, that should match it already. Hold up. Okay. So, like, maybe using the Torment Nexus to solve this is the bad option here. Because, like, the full regex is something like this, right? But to be totally honest, I don't know if we actually need to parse anything that isn't Civitai for this. So what we could do is we could cheat. We could hard code Civitai in here, and then maybe that will be fine, because like the point of this is not to have like a generic URN parser, right? The point of this is to be able to extract information out of this so that we know what we want. So with that in mind, we may not actually need like half of this information, although it might be useful, so we'll probably just keep it. I had a library with a red black tree implementation that didn't provide a lookup function. I don't know how to computer science, so I told me the AI to tell me how to make a lookup function. After 2 hours of seg faulting, I got it working. Yeah. That's what happens sometimes, man. Sometimes you win, and sometimes, well, sometimes you get AI parsing your stuff. Okay. Oh wait. We probably want this code to... copy, and then we'll go to here, and then ID equals ID. Okay, and then we're going to do regex equals regex dot must compile. Replace both colon with slash. I don't know if that really matters here. Oh, that is a regular expression there, Fost Unleashed. Uh so okay. I'm going to just the model plus version. No, OBS, stop doing this. Stop. Oh my god. Just reset, just refresh OBS, and then lose all the chat history. I mean, I guess you can nest capture groups like that, but it really makes things awkward and go. Oh, I'm getting hydrated on. Fosshead making regex emoticons. Yeah. If you haven't used regex that much, like after a while of using it, you start understanding and just seeing through the noise, and then like those random sequences of parentheses and square brackets will make sense to you, but if you don't, then God, it is a ride. Okay, so then return nil, error not error. I okay, so like I love part of this. I love this error name right here. Error not error. Or in Go, you end up calling, the ERR variable error because you see it a lot. So I have error not error, which just is the homophone, and I hate it. Quote, I can read regex just fine. I'm just not used to them looking like they might flip my tables. Oh, I love this. Okay. ID error colon equals parse cs dot error. If error not equals nil, t dot error percent sign q is not valid, sign v error. We want this subtest to fail then, I guess. Yeah, you can see how this is difficult. Oh, there is a flood, and it's because ABCDEFG followed me. Thank you, ABCDEFG. Then we're gonna have like if lower ID not equals CS dot result. We probably need a stringify function for this, don't we? Func f or ID star ID string, and then we're gonna have like var sb strings dot builder. Oh, thanks for the resub, new underscore waifu. Return sb dot string, and then we're gonna have format dot f print, and then everything starts with urn error, right? Yeah. Format dot f printf and sb, and then it's gonna be percent sign s colon percent sign s. Let's close this and look at the test cases. These server floods are hilarious. Yeah, that's... I've been meaning to fix that, but I kind of don't want to because it's funny. Like... Okay, so we have the ecosystem... Actually... We can remove this other printf call. Okay, so we have the ecosystem, the type, the source. The source is always going to be Civitai, so we need to fix it there. Wait. Oh, this parses the source out. Okay, yeah, that's fine. And this is going to be the model ID at the model version. Even better, ABCDEFG, it's it's actually art of my persona whacking a server with a wrench. Did that do anything? Yeah, it did. It'll just manifest it somewhere on the screen. So if you use emotes, it'll just show up because that's what happens when you're an internet streamer now. id.ecosystem, id.type, id.source, id.model ID. Oh, on-screen celebration. What does that do? Oh, it's 40 bits. Cool. I don't know what on-screen celebration does. Same pattern, would have used your remote, but it's not follower. Oh, I thought I set it to followers. I will fix that after the stream. Wanted to compare against the follow thing. Yeah, it looks like the on-screen celebration is actually doing it on the Twitch level and not on the Streamlabs level. But I guess that makes sense. T.fatal F AR percent Q is not the same as the input. Percent sign S is not the same as the input, and then it's going to be ID dot string. No, it's going to be no oh don't want to raise a pointer here. Yeah, it's a Twitch thing. I thought I needed browser source to make it work. Bought this, try it on other streamer streams. Yeah. I mean, I see it out of the corner of my eye, and like I saw movement, and I'm like, wait, that's a lot of movement for some reason. Okay, and then now we do the stringify test. Cursed go fact. Oh god. I should have made that more expensive. Okay, I think one of the most annoying things about Go that's kind of cursed is that like how you create pointer values. So let's say we have like var foo of type pointer to ID, right? Now, the way that you initialize foo is that you do foo equals and ID whatever, right? You use the type of it is a pointer to an ID, but in order to declare a value, you have to use an ampersand because the ampersand raises it to a pointer level. And then additionally, if you want to dereference it from a pointer to a normal value, you do star foo. So foo is of type pointer to ID. In order to create a pointer to an ID, you use the ampersand. But in order to lower the pointer to a normal value, you use the asterisk again. Because why would you do it a sensible way? And the real reason that this happens is because that's the behavior that happens in C. Okay, let's see if these tests run. I don't know if they will. Oh, it fast. Cool. That's promising. So let's copy all the rest of these example cases, I guess. Awesome. Yeah, cool. Maybe I'm doing something right. So then we take this test case, copy, paste. Always be suspicious if your test passed the first time. I mean, like, yeah, I'm gonna have to add some failing cases, but then we go cd civitai ergo test v. mean, let's intentionally make it fail and see if it gets it. Yep, it's actually failing. It's it's working. Okay, cool. Pass all your tests the first time by not writing any. Yeah, that's the pro gamer move. I don't understand the logic that OBS uses for capturing windows because sometimes it'll catch right click menus and then other times it won't. I don't know what's going on. Either way, I'm pretty confident that this works enough. Yeah, that's probably fine. So now let's do a new file and we'll call it civitai.go. We'll do package civitai, and then we'll do type client, right? Yeah, and it's going to be a struct. Are you on Wayland or Windows? I am on Windows currently. Uh, I am on Windows currently because VTubing software barely works on Windows, and you can, in fact, run VTubing software on Linux, but don't. Just simply do not. Do not attempt. You will not appreciate running AI software or the stuff on Linux. Nearly all the other VTubers I use run Linux. Yeah, I use a 3D model, and 3D model VTubing is the even more broken kind of VTubing when compared to normal VTubing. Two of them use Snake Studio. Yeah, I've been meaning to try something like Snake Studio, but this setup works enough that I don't have to think about it. So, yeah. And then we're going to have func new token string and or pointer to client, and that's going to be return and client is going to be http.default client or something. I don't know. We're going to do token Windows 10 or 11. Windows 11. I would use Windows 10, but I have a 7950X 3D in here, and from what I understand, Windows 10 scheduler does not support the right kind of core affinity. No animation on celebrations? That's a bug. I don't know how to fix it, but that's certainly a bug. Okay. And then I have too many windows open. Then we're gonna have to go down here and make a let me just make a quick envelope type. We're actually gonna use generics in this. Actually, do I need to make an envelope type? I don't. Okay. So what we can do instead is we can take all this JSON and go to one of the best tools that has ever been created for Go programming. JSON to Go by my friend Matt Holt. It is so good because you just paste in the JSON on one side and you get all of the Go types on the other side. Just highlight all your messages, yeah. Oh, it looks like Stream Elements is not correctly highlighting messages when people highlight their messages. That's probably a bug. I don't know how to fix it, but that's a bug. Okay, so let's save this and see what it's doing. That's pretty sweet. I need to do that for the JSON parsing I'm doing in C with an obscure library. Yeah, it is difficult to describe how much, like, it is a massive life improvement to just have the machine generate the right types for you. Like, seriously, it is such an upgrade to your quality of life. So then let's make a call to get info for it. Oh, you know what would help? It would help if you like showed you what I did. So I just pasted this in. I renamed auto generated to model ID response, and then I'm going to be getting some stuff here. But the main thing that I really want to care about are like the download URL. Wait, the download URL. How does the download URL work? Wait, hold up. Add your API token to the download URL. Remembers how nice soap was when the tooling was good. It didn't make up for the rest of the hell, but I appreciated the make interface from an example of the input. Yeah, like I think nowadays you do something like protocol buffers and gRPC for that, but okay, the thing that I'm not sure about here is this ID right here. Is this the model ID or is this the version ID? Let's look at this a little bit closer and see if that helps. Okay, so this is saying download for models 1318, and the model ID here is 13. The ID of the version is 1318. Oh, so this is downloading an individual model version and not actually the model itself. Okay, okay, this makes things a lot easier. This makes things very, very much easier. Okay. So then we're going to have get like fetch model ID. Model ID string, and then we're going to have a model ID response error if, and then we're going to do rec error colon equals http dot new request, and I'm going to pull up the API docs over here. With context, we're going to pass in the cats from the parent, and then we're going to do http.methodget, and we're going to do the URL, which is going to be format.sprintf, https://civitai.com/API/ Oh, I am a baka. Hold on. It if I took like a quarter of a nanosecond to read something like this, it says wget civitai.com/API/download/models/model version ID. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, the pro tip, by the way, is if you want to like do stuff, is to read the documentation correctly. Yeah, who would have guessed? And then we want a nil body. If error not equals nil, we're going to do return nil format.errorf. And then we're going to say, if there's an error making the request, return no response and make a wrapped error saying can't make request. But sometimes reading documentation is psychic damage. I mean, yeah. But this is at least sensible documentation, and so far it hasn't lied to me, so we're already on a good starting point. So then we do resp error := c dot cli dot do rec if error not equals nil, return nil format dot errorf can't get response %whale error. Then now we want to do defer resp.body.close WSL v2 to Debian. I try to treat Windows as a veneer over Debian rather than the other way around. Yeah, like when I'm doing all of my development, like either on stream or off stream on this computer, I am using Windows Subsystem for Linux because like I can't develop on Windows. Like I just can't. I have tried for years. I just can't do it. It just does not work for me. And being able to just get into an Ubuntu, you know, and just have a cromulent environment. Do I have NeoFetch on here? I do. Yeah, like it's saying Windows 10 because Windows 11 is just rebranded Windows 10. But yeah, like this is Ubuntu in WSL because heck everything. Var result model ID response if error : JSON dot new decoder are resp dot body dot decode and result error not equals nil return nil format.errorf can't decode response error return and result nil. Balmer never quite figured out how to fix that bug where no one likes using Windows for developers. He was such a sweaty boy. Oh my god, he was. He was the sweatiest of boys. Okay, so what this is going to do is this is going to give us the info, including the download URL, which we're going to use to get the model. So, let's look at this download type I made last week. Oh, I'm using regular expressions here. Oh, hecking Christ. No, wait. I'm using a regular expression to detect a manifest. Okay, that's probably fine. Okay. Then we have the downloader, which takes the fetch. It's a bucket, key, pull URL media type, and then adds it to the download work channel. What are fancy zones? Fancy zones is a tiling window manager thing for Windows 11. I'm using it off camera for all of my stuff, like OBS and Plex and my Twitch dashboard. I guess this will actually work, though. No, wait, will it? I guess you'd need to append the token to the URL. Oh, God. So now the real question is, do we fix this or do we do it the stupid way? Vote in the chat. Actually, can I make a vote? Okay, let's do a 2-minute vote. Reality, if you don't fix it now, you never will. Okay, you've convinced me. Do authorization header slog.string. No, slog.bool. Has offz header d dot authorization header bang equals empty string. Authorization header string. Authorization header string. Okay, this is gonna make a bunch of things like very angry, but that's fine. Work dot authorization header. Yeah, it doesn't. Oh wait, no, I can just do it that way. Yeah, fix it one. Yeah. Okay, then let's just virally fix the rest of this. Okay, there's no way to get the right authorization header there, and the Olama registry currently doesn't require authentication for anything, so yeah, fix it one. We're fixing it. Okay, where's the reference to the downloader? Okay, it's called drum. So let's find the instance of drum. Yeah. And then we're going to do r.header. No. Get authorization. Hello, Shiloh. Z is working on a pull-through cache for an AI image model registry. Yeah, basically. Okay, so we have a handler here. That's fine. Is the theme Groovebox? Yes, I've been using Groovebox for all of my stuff for years. You are the first person to notice this on stream. Hold on a sec. I gotta move my desk down. I have been standing for like 3 hours. Are you they them? Nominally, yeah. Okay, my VTubing software is gonna freak out for a sec. Okay, yes, I have to tilt my camera down because I am now sitting. And then let's hit the reset position button a couple times. There we go. Yeah, the VTubing software is so hacky. I've been using Cappuccino or Adventure Time lately. Yeah, I've been meaning to try other themes. It's just that, like, I'm used to Groovebox. Oh, should replace this state if statement with an unconditional strings.trim prefix. Okay, cool. I wanted some purple in my background. That's what started the madness. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so how does this download thing work again? Okay, so when you use the downloader.fetch method, you give it the bucket that you want to fetch stuff into, you give it the key that it gets put into the bucket, you give it the URL that it's pulling that it uses to pull from the bucket, you get the media type of the thing to put in the bucket, and you get authorization header, which is like for authenticating for in the case of Civitai, you have to authenticate. Uh, oh, I don't think I actually wired the authentication header in. Yeah, okay. Rec error colon equals http.new request with context cats http.method get work.pull URL nil. If error not equals nil, lg.error can't make request error rec.header.set authorization work.authorization header, and then it's going to be http.defaultclient.do rec. Yeah, maybe that'll do it. I don't know. Okay. Okay, then we fetch from. We put that into the channel. Okay, then let's go to internal and make a new folder and call it Civitai proxy. More Toho Eurobeat? Yeah, I was trying to get a playlist of Vectroid or something set up, but I didn't get it set up in time. Package Civitai proxy, and then we're gonna do type handler. Is that what this is called? No, it's a func handler. I don't know if I totally agree with how this is working here. Let's do func handler though. And then this is going to take a fair number of inputs. So it's going to take d download downloader. It's going to take bucket name string. It's going to take upstream. No, I don't need an upstream for this because the upstream is only relevant for the reverse proxy. S3C star S3.client. And we're going to return an HTTP handler. Return http.handler func w http.response writer, and then r star http.request. Yeah, and then that's gonna meet the function signature, I think. Yeah, we have to have a pointer to a download.downloader. Yeah. That's how we game in Minecraft. Okay, come to think of it, maybe I should also fetch like model information so that we can like have it invalidate things and then regularly re-download new versions of models. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Um oh wait, no. I am doing this wrong. Hold up. So the thing that's making me think I'm doing this wrong is because I'm trying to handle a case where it's just like I'm thinking about it in terms of this other thing, which was a reverse proxy. What I want to do instead is I want to have separate functions for each of the cases. So we're going to do type server struct, and then we're going to do s3c star s3.client. No, that is not the word client. And we're going to want d star downloader, and we're going to want bucket name string. Yeah, we want a struct here. And then func s star server. Gonna have a model ID path that's going to be at like Civitai / model ID / model ID, right? Yeah. No, it's gonna be model ID. And then w http.response writer r star http.request, and then we're gonna have func s star server. No. Either way, let's do this. C star civitai client. Yeah. Okay, so one of the first things that... Let's do model version. Because that's the call we have implemented here. There, fetch model version, and then we have model version stuff. So how does the Go standard library HTTP stuff work again? Recently, the Go standard library added capture variables in HTTP responses, in their ServMux implementation, and I haven't used it enough to remember it off the top of my head. A path can include wildcard segments of the form name or name ... The wildcard name must be a valid Go identifier. Bucket wildcards must not be full path segments. They must be full path segments. They must be preceded by a slash and followed by either a slash or the end of the string. For example, b underscore brack bucket r brack is not a valid pattern. Normally, a wildcard only matches a single path segment, ending at the next little slash. But if the ... is present, then the wildcard matches the remainder of the URL path. Okay. So what I'm reading here is let's do Civitai download model version. It's going to do model version : r dot what is it? It's some path value. Yeah. If the model version is an empty string, then http.error w invalid request need model version http.status bad request banish you. Probably don't need to log this because, like, this is not a terminable error. So then we're going to do then we're going to use the request context to fetch the model information. I should change this in there too. There. And if error not equals nil, then slog.error can't fetch model version info, model version error. Yeah. And it's going to be http.error to that thing, internal server error, and then http.status internal, no, not insufficient storage, internal server error. Yeah. And return so that the rest of the handler doesn't run. And then now is the rest of this part, which is going to be fun. So what I'm thinking here is that I want to write the model version data to the bucket, as well as like the model itself to the, I want to write the model itself to the bucket, because the model stuff is going to be scanned over by an invalidator job that will download the newest versions of the model for you, right? Yeah, that makes sense. So I want to put the model data in the bucket, and then, or not the model metadata in the bucket, and then when the cache invalidator is going over, it will just pull new versions of the model and store them in the bucket automatically, so that if you use them in your workflows, then it's just fine. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we actually do need a call to get information for models. So let's just copy and paste this and change the names of things, because that's how we work. Can't say I've come across the insufficient error storage code in the wild. I'm guessing it's seldom used outside web dev. I think it was actually introduced for WebDAV. Oh, yeah, you did say WebDAV. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was introduced for WebDAV. Like, I am at least 90% sure it's used for WebDAV. Let me just look up the code real quick. The status code was first used in the context of WebDAV, but is propagated into other use cases to describe where server resources are exhausted. Oh, it... Oh, okay. So the way to understand HTTP status codes is that there's 5 basic types. There's 1XX, which means continue. There's 2XX, which means, hey, everything's good, we're done. There's 3XX, which is go away. There is 4XX, which is you fucked up. And there's 5XX, which is I fucked up. So this 507 insufficient storage means that the server fucked up. And originally it meant that you ran out of disk space. But in this case, apparently people have been using it for other cases, like not having enough RAM for an operation or reaching some application-specific RAM limit, because, as we know, storage and RAM are the same thing, and there is absolutely no danger in conflating the two. Oh, that's stupid. What was I doing, though? Right. I was going to API v1 models, model ID. We're going to just scroll down to the part where we get the JSON. We hit this copy button. We go here, we paste. Wait, what? Hold up. Okay, that did actually change something. Let me just look over here and... Oh. It's basically the same struct. Okay, let's take only part of this then. We'll just do copy, and we'll go back to VS Code. And then we'll go down here, we'll paste. I don't know if we care about all this metadata here. These hashes, probably also not something we care about, because what we're really after here... Oh, we probably also want the creator metadata. These stats is something that's... Is that metadata already declared? It is. Metadata hashes and files are already pre-declared. That's fine. Blog post idea, all the cool programming websites you know about. Oh, that would take a while for me to enumerate, though. It'd be cool, yeah. Model response. Yeah, that fixed the bug, and that made it not have a compile error, so it probably works. Hashtag trademark. Oh, it's actually wanting it to be an integer here. What we can do, though, is model ID error : stir conv dot parse int. No, stir conv dot a to I, and then we go to model data dot model ID. Yeah, if error not equals nil. Why is it? Oh, it's already an int. Okay. Oh, wait, no. I am stupid. Okay. Model info error : s dot c dot fetch model r dot context. Okay. Let's not change it to an int. Let's just do stir conv dot I to a model version data dot model ID. If error not equals nil. Copy, paste. model version data dot model ID. Let's just double check this real quick. S3C dot, or it's, and then we're gonna want something to func s star server put model metadata in, put model metadata CTX context Civitai.model response. Error. Yeah. I'm writing a new blog engine for my fiction blog, and they can't decide between Go and Python. Go with whichever's easier to deploy, because both of them will suck equally. Like, Go will kind of suck because Go is pretty verbose, and Python will kind of suck because, like, dependency management in Python is a step to the mark of the beast. So just go with whatever's easier, I guess. Data var data bytes dot buffer if error colon equals JSON dot new encoder and data dot encode model info error not equals to nil. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put everything. I'm going to take the model response that we got from Civitai. I'm going to put it back into JSON. I'm going to shove that JSON into object storage, and then I'm going to mark it with a special content type so that we can later scan for it and like refetch model information periodically. That sounds reasonable to me. I'm not entirely sure how effective it will be, but that just sounds reasonable to me. So what we're doing here is we have a data, which is a bytes.buffer, and then we encode it. We encode the model info into the buffer, and yeah. Return format dot errorf can't encode model metadata inside whale error. Okay, and then I'm gonna need to rename package proxy to package Olama proxy or something. And then we're gonna do s.s3c.put object context, and then s3.put object input, and we're gonna do bucket is going to be a pointer to s.bucket name, and then key colon equals format dot sprintf slash, or no, it's going to be Civitai models slash %d, and that's going to be model info.id. Key is and key, and then we're gonna, how do I do this over here? Oh, thanks for the follow, BP underscore underscore. How do I do this over here? Oh, right, I put manifest in there in the downloader. Hack handle manifests. Right, I just replaced the manifest type there. Yeah, and then let's fix a bug there. Then we put the media type in there. Yeah, okay. So it's gonna be content type is going to be aws.string. I'm going to just make up a MIME type here. It's going to be application/JSON plus vnd.civitai.model. I think that's the right one. What did I use? That sounds, it makes sensible. Oh, I have it backwards. That's not how you make a vendor type. So I'm just making up this type application/vendor.civitai.model plus JSON. This is a nonce MIME type. I don't expect anyone else to use it. Can't write model metadata to S3. Yeah. Put model metadata r.context model info error not equals nil. One of the things that really turns me off Go is every time I look up how to do traditional web auth in Go, I get JOT and third-party service propaganda. What do you mean by traditional auth? Okay. What you're probably looking for then, Pious Bird, is sessions. Yes, you're looking for sessions. Okay, now we're going to need to assemble the cache key. Cache key : equals. Go is commonly used with stateless APIs, which is where JOT style auth often works better. Yeah. There's not really many people making like traditional web apps in Go, and oh, what is the name of that one thing? Is this still around? Is BGO still a thing? It is. You might be wanting to use BGO, Pious Bird. Let's paste it here. I think this is the stuff, because I think it has sessions built in. I remember there was also another thing which is kind of like Rails for Go, but I don't remember if that got killed or not. Yeah, this looks like it has standard MVC stuff, but yeah, they do have a session module. The session module is used to store user data between different requests and only supports saving the session ID into a cookie, so if the client doesn't support cookies, it won't work. Yeah, this is exactly what you want, Pious Bird. Although it's the Japanese documentation. Yeah, I'll just link this here. Yeah, Bigo is probably what you want. I haven't thought about Bigo in ages. Okay, so they have blobs and then SHA-256 colon thing. So blobs. Model version data dot files 0 dot. Oh wait, hold up. A model version can have multiple files. How do you know what file you want then? You know what file you want because of the type metadata. And the format, which is in the metadata.format. Okay, so then we want for each of the files in here, for underscore comma file colon equals range. Model version data dot files. This might want to be something that we do in the background, right? I'm looking at the Civitai documentation off screen and copying some stuff so that we can select things. So default for the target file being the first thing in the response, which is fine. And then we can specify things further. So, I think a bunch of a lot of businesses want to offload authentication as having to maintain it on the DBs, working password reset procedures. It can add a fair amount of complexity and risk. Okay, you know what's actually kind of surprisingly difficult in a way that you don't think is difficult until you have to implement it? How to handle giving an account to somebody else when the account holder dies. That is actually like something that happen that statistically will start happening as your company gets older, and it is something that nobody is prepared for and everybody will be blindsided by when like the estate of a user tries to reclaim and regain access to an account. That is the one thing why that and a bunch of other things involving authentication just being kind of a hard problem in general is why programs will just outsource authentication to another service. And having implemented something that did that, yeah, I totally get why people do this because oh my goodness, like have you ever had to validate a death certificate before? I don't think so. Nobody's prepared to validate a death certificate. Okay, so let me do format, size, and FP. HTTPS does support client-side certificates for auth. Okay, like, yes, it does support client-side certificates for auth, but you can't configure them on an iPhone. And realistically, the iPhone is the median client that if the iPhone doesn't support it, you don't support it. You should definitely charge them for that. They need to make an estate account, which costs 10 much is whatever the service actually costs. No, you will get sued if you do that. So much for the free market. Yeah, like death certificate validation. Yeah, and at one of my past jobs, I heard about a story where someone faked a death certificate to use the death certificate validation to gain access to someone's account and steal all of their items. That that caused interesting incident response mechanisms. Like that caused a lot of policy changes. Like can you even imagine like being on the team? Oh, that's such a scummy attack vector. Yeah, it is like the scummiest attack vector I have ever seen. And I don't even know how to describe how. Okay, so now we have the target file. And then now we can finally assemble the hacking URL. I want Firefox, not Firefox. Oh, why are people messaging me on Slack? Slack the productivity killer. I fucking know, right? Okay, so then it's going to be URL, or it's going to be DL URL colon equals format dot sprintf. Again, you should not be using sprintf to generate URLs. You know what? Let's do it properly. U error colon equals URL dot parse. Honestly, trying to do the death certificate account transfer is best avoided. Yes, this was for getting access to the account at all, not transferring information out of it. They had a trade. It was at a like it was at a company that had a chat app with an inventory full of items that you could pay for currency. You could pay real world money to buy the currency to buy the items with, and they had a bunch of rare items that were no longer on the store. So they used a fail death certificate to get access to this person's account, clean out their inventory, and then sell the rare items on the dark market. Well, it's good because the person that bothered me on Slack was a friend of mine who is going to make sure that AI bros have microphones for their live streams so they don't sound like garbage Dell laptops. They're both peaking and too quiet at the same time. Don't learn how audio works. You will be ruined for life. If this fails, that should be a panic. Yeah, okay. So here's some deep dark lore about the legal system in most countries. Stuff's not illegal if a judge doesn't say it's illegal. Okay, and then it's going to be u dot raw query equals q dot encode. Yeah. Okay, so this is how it go. This is how you like this is how you set URL parameters. You get the URL, you parse the URL, and you get a URL object, and then you get the query string into an object with the u.query function method, and then you set all of the things you want, and then you encode it and set that to the raw query of the URL. And then finally, you can do s dot d dot no what dot d dot fetch s dot bucket name, and it's gonna be blobs SHA-256:s strings dot to lower target file dot hashes dot SHA-256. Then we add the cache key, and what else? We add the pull URL, which is u.string. We add the media type, which is going to be application / octet stream. That's right? Yeah. And then we're going to have the authorization header, which is going to be bearer plus s.c.token. Yeah. And then what we're going to do is we're going to... Oh, we need to get the redirected URL. How do you do that again? Okay, the kind of annoying part here is that the Go HTTP to client by default will follow redirects. So if I go into the client, you make a new client. You make a new client and you change the check redirect. Does it? Wait, hold on. There's an easy way to test this. Right. I should show VS Code if I'm doing stuff. If error not equals nil, log.fatal error, http u resp dot Okay, so it is doing the responses, but it is doing forwards by default. So it's going to be like cli : and http dot client. And then it's going to be check redirect. Error use last response, right? And then it's going to be cli.get http.request http.request. I don't know, maybe this will do it. Yeah, there we go. That's how you get the redirect thing. You have to make a new HTTP client and change the check redirect logic. I mean, I guess that makes sense. So it's gonna be func get redirect URL for rec http.request, no, pointer to request, string error. Yeah. And then it's gonna be like and then we run this again. Yeah. There's the gamer thing. Return resp dot header dot. No, I do not want to do lookups. Get the location header nil. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna need to change the logic here because I'm only doing the initial hydration logic at this step, but that's fine. So rec error colon equals http dot new request with context r dot context http dot method get u dot string nil if error not equals nil. Panic error, it's fine. Rec if error not equals nil. Okay, how is this redirect done? The API will redirect to an S3 style signed URL. Okay, and then let's see what this does if we just paste this URL from the docs and see if it breaks. Oh, right. 307 temporary redirect. AI slop for good? That's what I'm hoping. And then here we can add the logic for if this is already in storage, then we just redirect to the pre-signed URL, right? Yeah. What's the end goal for this? I'm trying to make something that allows me to download models from Civitai, persist them to object storage, and then if you request a model that's already in object storage, it gives you a redirect to the model in object storage. Otherwise, it will give you a redirect to upstream while at the same time creating a copy of it in object storage to use for next time. It's a pull through cache. And this is so that you can handle the case where your workflow relies on this model, but they deleted it off of the thing, but you are referencing it by some ID. And this is going to be something that I integrate into Comfy UI for something at work. So what I'm adding now is the logic for, okay, so we have this cache key, see if this already exists in the bucket, and if this exists, then send a pre-signed, redirect with a pre-signed URL. Redirect with a pre-signed URL. The redirect with a pre-signed... I hate the words. Like, the words are bad. Like, English is a terrible language, and we should all hate it. I have a custom DNS. Twitch couldn't serve me ads. Yeah, good for you. In that case, it should be storage / a backup, not a cache, right? Yes, it is going to be garbage collected. It's just the term Dart for this is pull through cache. I don't know why. I think it's related to Docker. Like, nearly all of the AI stuff is not well defined because why would it be? And then we're going to do http.redirect. No, I don't want a for loop here. No, I don't want a for loop here. Oh, thanks for the sub, Foss Unleashed. Okay, so now this logic it assembles the cache key, which is the which is a SHA-256 sum of the contents of the model, and we're putting that in the blobs folder with the Olama stuff. Oh dang, 6 months in advance. Oh, my accountant's gonna hate me. But we have a cache key for formats as printf of blob SHA-256 $%s. This matches the format that's used for other parts of this, where Olama pulls stuff from something that's kind of like a Docker registry, and the Docker registry puts stuff with blobs in there like that. Accountant? Yeah. Don't be a US expat. Your tax situation suffers. Okay, and then we get the .debug, and we debug log that the object's in the bucket, so we do a pre-signed GET request, and then we send a redirect to it and return. And then, if not, we assemble the stuff so that we can just download the hacking thing and send a redirect to the user so that it downloads the thing so it doesn't have to wait for the service to download it. I think that should do it. I guess the other thing that I need to do is like write the stuff to ensure that this all works, but you know, let's wire this up. Func new star server, and then we're gonna have d star download.downloader, c star civitai.client, s3c star s3.client, and then we're gonna have bucket name string, and we're gonna return a pointer to a server, and it's gonna be return and server, and the pre-signed client can be constructed from the s3 client, so that's fine. There. I don't know, maybe this will work. Do I have go.env in here? I do not. Go.env, by the way, really fantastic library. It allows you to just load .env files, and it'll put it into your program's environment. And if you use the auto-load package, it'll just do it automatically when the program starts. Really great. So then we just go to go get. There we go. And then we're going to delete this test file. Civitai API token. No. Civitai API token. That's going to flag as unused. That's fine. And then what we're gonna do is auto load, best attack vector ever. Load random shit into people's shells, wet dreams. No, this is actually at the application level. So it doesn't load it into my shell, it's loading it when the application starts into application memory. And it is not actually doing any shell parsing, it is merely looking for, like, key equals value and setting the environment variables. Which means that it will set the flags. Yeah, you're thinking about NVRC, ENVRC. That does arbitrary shell stuff, and you can enable it so that you go into the folder and it's there. But it does actually, like, properly check if the .envrc file changes and do hash verification, and yeah, like, it's a bit safer than you'd think. Oh, the US Department of Defense took down their test post. That's sad. Alexa, play Despacito. Civitai proxy.new. Oh yeah, we need to probably need to refactor the downloader to be out there. D start downloader, and then we go here. Yeah. And then we're gonna need yeah. Then we get the downloader and that, yeah, that's fine. Let's do 2 background workers for downloading stuff. That sounds reasonable. So then looking here, we have Civitai download model version, so let's just pass this path in. That makes sense. Okay, so off camera, I am going to give this a Civitai token. I hate that people think curl pipe bash is using makefile is worse than using makefiles. Okay, the main reason why people use curl pipe bash is because, like, installing code sucks. Or installing programs sucks, and it's not consistent across distributions. If it did not suck and was consistent across distributions, people would not need to do that. Okay, so now I go over here and I go to account settings, and I add an API key. We'll call it Yukari stream. Save. I get some random hexadecimal garbage. I paste. I save. And then we do not open the .env file on stream. .env is not put in, is get ignored. Then we export AWS profile equals Tigris. Now we're AWS S3LS. Perfect. We have a bunch of buckets. Let me also set the bucket name just in case. Okay, so then go run dot dash dash help. Okay, cool. Oh, right. The slog level is defaulted to error. Let me just change that in the .m file off screen. Okay, so now it is listening on localhost :9200. So now I should be able to use wget -- content disposition to download something. And then we should be able to verify that it's actually downloading things right, right? Yeah, maybe. So I'm going to open a new tab. And then content disposition. And I don't know if this will work. Let's find out. We'll make a folder called, or just go into cacher for it. Content disposition. And then we're going to do local host :9200 Civitai / model version. Model version? What did I call it? I just had this file open. I should... Oh, download. .500 internal server error. Cannot unmarshal number into ghost-struct of type int. Stats rating. Another internal server error. Can't fetch model info for model 4384. Invalid character that looking for beginning at valid. What? Am I not checking that it's... Oh, I'm not checking the response code. If http dot, or if resp dot status code bang equals 200, or no, http dot status okay, return web dot new error resp http dot status okay. Yeah, that's gonna... Can Go do backwards array indexing? No, it does not. I misremembered how to use my own library. Why is this failing? Okay, there's a bunch of SVG in here. Oh, there's a cursed go fact redeem. Yeah. One sec. Gotta understand this error. Oh, it's 404ing. Of course it would be 404. Yeah, see, the model's gone, and that's the danger. Like, if you just rely on someone else to just keep something up, it'll just go down. And there is a curse go fact redeem. Trying to think of something I haven't done previously on one of these streams. Oh, there's something involving HTTP requests. So let's pull out this code real quick. So, oh, that's horrible. Let's not do that. So when I do a request here, I say response and error colon equals c.client.do request. And if error not equals nil, then I return that the request failed for some network reason, right? But this last line here, defer response.body.close. If I do not do this, then I will leak not only memory, but I will leak an HTTP connection. Because you need to manually close the response body when you're done reading from it. Could having a character name not applicable mess with code? It depends greatly on the game. It would really depend on the game, I suspect, because a lot of games would handle it normally, but some games have interpret special meaning from names. So they'd have to really mess up for it to do that. Yeah, like they would have to mess up for it to do that, but it is 2024 and I've seen footage. Let me find something that I know is small. Okay, if I hit ukiyo-e, then I go to Stable Diffusion 1. Yeah. It's 36 megabytes. Cool. Copy link, paste, and then copy this. Why is it failing? Oh, it's failing even more. Oh, damn. Okay. Oh, wait. No, am I doing this wrong? Am I... Oh my god. Okay, pro tip. If you're trying to make an API request, do you know what you need to do that requires authentication? Do you know what you need to do? You need to attach... You need to attach the API token to the requests. Ah. Okay, now it's gonna fail for something else. Okay, this is a bad thing to do here. Okay, why is it failing here? Why? Can't get response. 404 not found. What? What? Okay, hold on. Okay, so the model that I'm fetching is this model right here. And this model is something that I use in some of my generative AI flows that gives you art that kind of looks like ukiyo-e style art from like Japanese woodblock prints. So if I hit download here, it downloads it. But if I right click and then I choose, hold on, let me try something stupid. Let me remove the URL parameters. That still fails. It fails at fetching information for the model. Why? Why is it failing? Oh my god. What I messed up is the URL for getting model information. I messed up the fact that it's at API v1 models, not API v1 model. Let's go through and check and make sure that everything else is correct. Okay, this is model versions. That's good. And I'm using the generated URL for downloading the model on the other side, so that should not break. Ugh. I swear, if this is a one character fix, I'm gonna be so angry with myself. Okay, it's still broken. Error, decode response, cannot unmarshal array into go struct field model response dot allow commercial use of type string. What? Model response dot allow commercial use. Allow commercial use any. And any in Go is what's called a type hole. A type hole is where you do not care. Oh, is it doing the dumb string array thing? Oh, I think it's doing the dumb string array thing. Okay. Cannot unmarshal string into go struct field model type response.tags any. We're doing any until we're just progressively adding the any keyword until things work. I got 5 notifications on Discord anymore and it can't work. Okay, now I get redirected to Civitai download. Why? So the downloader starts working and tries to put this into the Yukari bucket and it's downloading from here and it has the authorization header, so it's injecting it when it downloads. So I guess now we just wait a second for this to go. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Do I look like I know what I'm doing? Would that model fit in a 2070 Super? Oh God, yes. The model that I'm downloading is like a 30 megabyte LoRa model as a test. 60FD. Okay. So it did download it, and it's 33 bytes. Why? Why is this 33 bytes? Let's look this up. S3 AWS S3 cat. No. CD cacher. AWS S3 CP S3 colon slash slash Yukari slash that dot. Yes, it does. Yes, this blob, this thing does exist. Oh. Now, let me look at this off camera just in case. Error. Invalid ID. Undefined. Delete the object from the bucket. Missing a status code check when caching? I think so. Oh, I am. If resp.statuscode bang equals http.status okay lg.error. Okay, so then let's retry. U resp.url.string. Got status 400. Why am I getting status 400? Okay. Oh. Oh, I'm getting status 400 because I'm inserting invalid URL parameters, I think. So, like, let's... If target file dot metadata dot format not equals empty string, then do that. If target file dot metadata dot size not equals empty string, then do that. If target file dot metadata dot floating point not equals empty string, then do that. Save. It's gonna look uglier. Okay, maybe I'm confusing it. Let's do another wget. It's gonna say 404 not found. Let's add a debug printf for doing this. Okay. Oh, thank you, VS Code. I totally meant to go... It's redirected me to nothing. What? Oh. Okay, let's have this error earlier in the stack, I guess. File not found. Wait. It's saying file not found. It's actually saying file not found. Like, this is actually the response from the thing saying file not found. Okay, let's look into the Civitai bucket and see like what's going on here. So like ws s3 cp s3 colon slash slash ukari slash civitai slash models slash 867227 dot cat 867227 pipe jake. What? 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 No, that... How? Okay, hold on. What is going on here? Okay, so tracing through the logic. We fetch the model version data, and then we fetch the model info from the model info version data, from the model version data. We store the model metadata into S3, and that should always result in getting a Oh my god, I did the same error I did last week. Okay, so pro tip, if you're trying to put data into an S3 bucket, you know what you need to include in your put object input? You need to include the body. That's one of the errors. Okay, now we're getting an internal server error, so let's just copy this again, and then we go to the cache directory we save. Yeah, there we go. Now... Okay, why aren't you there we go. Now we're formatting it. So, looking at this, we have model information, we have the name, we have the fact that it's a LoRa, which is what we want. And then we go down to model versions. Yeah, and then it fetches the model versions, and it's going to fetch the files, and you get the training data by default. Just not what we want. So I think we actually do want, you know, and that's still going to fail because file not found. No. This is either the correct model to test this on or the wrong one, because I am having all of my assumptions about this getting hecked. Okay, so the first one is training data. And the training data is strange. It is other format. But I don't want that. I want... Oh. Oh god, it's this thing. Ah. Let's just do this for now. I need the non-short circuit version of this stuff, and I don't remember how to do it in Go, and I hate this. So like, let's do this the hacky way, and then we can fix it later. Author's note: they won't fix it later. Okay, now it's saving it. It fetched it, and it put it into Charlie Zero Foxtrot. Now, if we go into here off camera and look through the bucket, we see blobs, and then we see there 60 Foxtrot. And then we'll see over here that there is in fact a 37 megabyte file called this. Okay, so then AWS S3. Okay, so then SHA-256 on this and that. So then we do a SHA-256 hash on both of these, and oh, SHA-256 sum, right? Then we do SHA-256 sum, and we get the same thing, which points to this thing, which is the same thing that we downloaded, and this means that it works. This means that it works, and my code was the thing to blame. So let's fix my code. Okay. Now that we know that I have done it correctly and I have like did the thing, let's fix this for real. Okay, I feel better about life. Wait, training data. It wasn't letting me download the... Oh, is it showing model files that are private? Oh, I want the primary equals true one. Oh. Oh. If DL... Then we use the primary here, and then... model version data dot files if use primary and file dot primary. Okay, maybe this will do the thing. There's like... Oh, right, I need to set the content disposition header. Right, I need to set the content disposition header of the thing that is disposed. Oh, I hit save and it didn't do the AWS SDK v2 because why would things work? So now we get the content disposition version of that. And then that's going to write stuff. Yeah, and that's going to write that to there. And then off camera, just trust me, bro. RM ukiyo-e star. And then we wget it again. And a content disposition header goes through. Here we heckin' go. We have done it. It somewhat works. There's other parts that will not work, but I don't know how common the failure is. Was Discord having issues? I saw a Twitch chat blip. I just kept going. Either way, I am happy with this so far. Let's grab a bigger model just to make sure that works. Let's get the one that I used for stable diffusion stuff called counterfeit. Ah, good. This will have a much more formal thing so that we can test it better. Let's just set some logic there to do that, and then we'll do go run. Maybe this will do what I want. If this works, then we get a 4 GB file. Otherwise, we get a 5.28 GB file. We got the 4 GB file. This is good. This is what we want. Awesome. Awesome, 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 awesome. This is exactly what I want. Oh my goodness, I am so happy that this is working. Oh my goodness. And it's put into object storage in a content aware manner so that the data only has to be downloaded once. And it's going to be Charlie Baker Foxtrot, AWS. So now it's just going to take a second for this to think. That's fine. So it's fetching it. That's also fine. Charlie Baker Foxtrot, it is 4.2 gigabytes. And if we do... We should get Charlie Baker Foxtrot from doing a Shawsome. Yeah, and then RM counterfeit that. And then we grab it from our local host again. We get redirected to Tigris, which is what we want, and we get the file that starts with Charlie Baker Foxtrot. Yes. Oh, yes. We have successfully stored objects. I have successfully used AI as a ruse to teach you how to copy files. So, let's add the thing that updates the models for you. Yeah, and then we're also going to need to have some background thing fetch the other models, I guess. But this is like a successful situation. I am not dissatisfied with this. This is very good. I am very happy with this. Okay. The real question is, does the Civitai AIR encode, like... No, the Civitai AIR does not encode the floating point size. What? Then what's the point? What does this encode then? Models 4468. Okay, and then files floating point 32 is not the primary. The primary is actually the floating point 16. That's fine. I guess that's fine. Okay, I have to go close the window. Something that sucks about being me is that, like, I live in Canada. It is winter. It is negative 10 degrees outside. My office gets warm, and I have to open the window to keep it cool. But now it's too cold, so I have to go close the window. I hate my life. Okay. Yeah, I have to hit the reset button a couple times. There we go. So now that we've gotten the hard part out of the way, let's do the hard part. Let's do cache invalidation. You ready for cache invalidation? That's the next thing up. Oh god. I hate cache invalidation logic. I'm pretty sure that the cache invalidation logic for other parts of this are just broken, because like cache invalidation is one of those things that's just really, really, really annoying to get right. RM star. Yeah, I forked when I forked the thing originally, I took some random program from the pull request history of Olama that claimed to solve this issue. Um, there's just one big problem with that code. It was just, I don't want to defame the guy who made it. Like, it was not how I write the code. And I wanted to have it write things to object storage, and the way that it worked was just make it really difficult to have object storage in the mix, and I ended up rewriting it basically entirely from scratch. So this invalidator thing, it goes and sees if the things are invalid. It ranges over the objects and it sleeps for the invalidator period. Okay, let's just do internal new folder. Civitai invalidator. That sounds like a good name and not at all a terrible name. Okay, so now in Civitai proxy.go, when I wrote things here, we had this this nonce content type for application vendor.civitai.model plus JSON. So what we can do here is look for when we're doing content type stuff and paste that there so that we can look for things that were last modified a week ago and then fetch the stuff that way. Quote, don't forget we have incomplete model selection. I do know we have incomplete model selection. I am fighting my battles one at a time. I'm going to take this right here and just turn it into a function so that I can reuse the logic. C star civitai dot client. C star civitai dot client. So now we have a thing, and then we're gonna get model ID stir colon equals obj dot key strings or path dot base object dot key model ID colon equals stir conv. Oh wait, I don't need to parse it as a string because the Civitai library takes a string. So we're gonna do. Why is it barfing? Oh, we have to dereference it, and then model info error colon equals w.c.fetch model cats model ID string. If error not equals nil, then how did this and other invalidator do it? It did not fail, so I have to come up with my own failure logic here. For underscore comma for every model version, for underscore comma file colon equals range model version dot files. Then we build the cache key, and where do I build U here? Then, yeah. We grab this stuff, and then we just change. We do file, 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 file. Then we submit a fetch request. Yeah. That looks fine enough. And we add the Civitai client there. And then go civ invalworker.work. Yeah, well, let's see if that works. Go run -vest. Yeah, this is going to... Oh, wait, this is going to just, like, run, see that there's nothing to do, and then do nothing. So it's going to be, like... So then just ask it to pull a bunch of crap, and yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. What are you doing, a Civitai scraper? I'm doing a Civitai pull through cache, so that you don't have to download stuff, so that you can download stuff from Civitai and then have it get automatically saved into object storage as a cache, so that the next time you pull it from your cache instead of upstream, so that people can delete things off of Civitai and you don't have to care. There's obviously some more things I need to do in order to, like, fully make this immune to this stuff getting, like, removed from upstream. But, like, this the ultimate goal is that people can delete their models off of Civitai and you won't have to notice or care. It's like an archive available through an API. Yeah, the end goal is to have something that kind of looks like the same API, so that you can have things download it and you have your services download from it, and they don't notice or care that the other side is gone. So it's kind of like an archive, yeah. I guess we also need to put the model version data. No, we need to... there. Then automatically put the new version of the model metadata there. Okay, so the other thing that we need to do is we need to have like logic to get model version either from the cache or from upstream. Okay, so then what we're going to need is func s star server get model version ctx context model version string star civitai dot model version response or error. So now what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to check to see if the key is, we're going to need to assemble the key cache key colon equals format dot printf civitai model versions slash %s model version. Could also help if Civitai pulls a Docker hub and decides to add problematic rate limiting or auto delete models if we're not requested for long enough. Yep, you got it. And, like, to be completely honest, I fully expect Civitai to pull a Docker hub at some point because, like, there's just too much data being hosted there. Like, it's kind of ridiculous how much data is actually being hosted on Civitai because, like, anyone can upload stuff. And storage is expensive. Like there's ways to make your storage costs cheaper, but like in general, when you're dealing with AI model stuff, like storage is just very, very expensive. Then we head object context and s3.headObject input bucket star and s.bucket name, and then it's going to be key, it's going to be and cache key, and then it's going to be that's all you need for heading an object. If error not equals nil and errors dot is s3 dot error and then we'll put this stuff into there. I think I read a comment in a GitHub issue saying someone used a scraper to download almost all models of Civitai and filled in more than 10 terabytes. It was more than a year ago today, if I recall. So today, yeah, you can see how this stuff gets very big very quickly, right? I have been doing some other stuff for other reasons, and I have been told that... Okay, so earlier today, I read this article about this company that wanted to create their own 70 billion parameter text generation model. The infrastructure to set it up had 511 servers. Each of those servers was fitted with multiple 400 gigabit network cards. Now, like, let's ignore everything else in the stack and just focus that the servers had 400 gigabit network cards. For reference, that is something like, I don't know, 60 gigabytes per second of communication throughput. That is enough to put an entire 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray through the network card in 1.5 seconds. That is so fast that the total it is almost as fast as the total memory bandwidth of the Steam Deck. And I'm not talking about like storage bandwidth. I'm talking about RAM bandwidth. Yeah, InfiniBand. I have also been told that a terabyte is seen as a small data set in AI terms. And if you just use a terabyte of data to train a 7 billion parameter model, you'll probably get it just, spewing out garbage or whatever and not really being useful. And you have to have even more data in order to get something useful. So, yeah, I just want to serve 10 terabytes. You fool, you absolute buffoon. You do not know the terror that is, AI. Oh my goodness, it is massive. There is just so much data that I am happy to say, I am confident saying that is big data, and that nothing else can really compare in terms of data size. Set for small models is 6.9 terabytes. How big of a model does that do, Luna? Like, how many parameters? $7 billion parameters mixture of experts with 1 billion parameters is what they traded on. Jesus. That is... The fact that more than one project has been proposed to spin up some mothballed nuclear reactors to power AI identity centers really says a ton. Okay. We're getting to hot take section number 2 of the stream, but if AI is what it takes for us to actually have nuclear power, I am okay with that, because we need nuclear power more than anything right now. Okay, so, nuclear power is the most complicated way to boil water. That's fundamentally what it is. So, if we put waifus or sports ball logos on the nuclear cooling towers, they get everybody on board. AI collectively consumes slightly more than all of computer gaming, which makes sense considering the hardware requirements of it. Love how the oil/coal companies dupe green activists. I don't even know what's true about power usage anymore. The entire thing has been like so muddied and the like that I can't trust anybody in terms of power usage. Like I know that my MacBook uses a set number of watts when it's doing AI inference and another set number and the same number of watts when it's doing AI training. I don't even know anymore. It's data centers in general which consume a shit ton of power and a fraction of it is AI. Yeah, that's about where I'm feeling right now. Then we go up here and we replace this logic that's like must read for anyone who blasts AI at power usage basis. Yeah, like I'm gonna be totally honest, I just don't know. Like I just really don't know. This stuff is so difficult to know because above articles that we're knowing, yeah. Okay, I think that'll work. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this will work. Let's see if it compiles. It does! Cool! We have successfully written code. And then we go over here, git config. Let's add some logic to prevent it from setting up the Civitai stuff if it doesn't detect a Civitai token. There. And we put the downloader in there too, so that everything shares the same downloader. Yeah. Yeah, I think this actually makes the code a bit better. It probably needs some better, like, everything, but it works. Yeah, I'm happy with this. This is gonna work fine. Probably need some kind of authentication to prevent abuse, but I mean, the main use case of this is that you deploy this to your private network, and then you have your workers fetch from it when they don't have stuff there. So it's like fine, I guess. Yeah, yeah, this will work great. Just doing that thing where, and you just scroll up and down through the code to make sure that everything works fine. And we have something that will refresh the models every so often. Yeah. Probably need to do something to put the model versions into the bucket as well, but that can be a future improvement. Yeah, this will work. I'm only implementing the subset of the Civitai art API that I actually use, which, I think is probably good practice here. But yeah, like, this is perfectly fine. There's some parts of this that are a bit questionable, but it's gonna be fine. Maybe I should just rename these packages to like Olama Invalidator or something. Yeah, let's rename it. And this is going to be angry at me. And then we do Olama proxy.handler, Olama invalidator dot. Yeah, and then you save, and then everything's good. Yeah. One of the other things I'm probably going to end up doing is some sort of like Hugging Face proxy, but I have tried to figure out the best way to do that, and I haven't come up with a good answer, so I'm probably going to have to do a bit more research on that. I was hoping the Go Git library would have some easy support for Git LFS, because most of the like stuff in Hugging Face is put into Git large file support, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I don't know. I'll figure it out, but I'm pretty sure that like the combination of Olama and Civitai will get like the P95 of AI use cases. I'm happy with this. This is fine. This'll work fine. Hearing Olama as Obama and getting briefly very confused. Yeah, you're not the first person to say that. Does Hugging Face have OCI? Okay, so let me. I remember something about this. Where's StreamFox? Here's StreamFox. What was it? It was something on the Olama blog. No? Oh, small LM has a vision conversion? Interesting. Gonna have to play with that at some point. But I remember there being something involving Hugging Face and Olama. What was it? God, they post a lot of stuff. Oh, right. It's this thing. The use Olama with any GGUF model. This thing. Right. Um I don't think that I'm not confident enough to say that the Olama model registry is an OCI registry, even though it is technically compatible with OCI registries. It's complicated, it's bad, it's terrible, it's like there's a lot the same and a lot different. Don't expect them to fully work with each other, but they can kind of work with each other. But what this does is it lets you run GGUF models, and like I could do that with Yukari, just changing out the upstream registry to just, instead of registry.olama.ai, I change it to hf.co, and that would be fine. But the thing that I would want to do is to be able to run safe tensors models like let's go to Hermes. Yeah, like this model. Because if you go to the files and versions, you'll see .safetensors files here, right? And the .safetensors format is not the same as the GGUF format. Is there any chance they're also serving other models via those URLs? Undocumented? I don't know. Let's find the heck out. Uh, okay. So let's try Let's break everything. Export Olama host is that. Olama PLS. Olama pull hf.co. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Pull model manifest. Repository is not gguf or is not compatible with llama.cpp. Okay, yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Shame. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's about what I expected, you know, like I'm not expecting miracles. Oh, but new research did actually publish a version of Hermes 3 Llama 3.2 that is gguf, so let's see what this does. What do you want to bet this is just pulling from their heckin' large file storage stuff? Would have been nice if they started to have arbitrary models like that, but it wasn't super likely. Yeah, that's my thought too. Well, let's just see if this works. Hi, Hermes. How are you? It's just gonna spew out a bunch of crap. Okay, good. Yeah, that's what you want. You want it to just like somewhat work. Okay, I am curious, and let's see how this works. Curl https / that or slash what is the URL structure? It's like v2 slash manifests, right? Latest. PS, do those models continue running in the background like containers? It would, in my case, continue running in the background. 400. Repository is not gguf or is not compatible. Oh. These models continue running. Yeah, it's actually, when I set the Olama host, I was pointing it to the same GPU that runs the chatbot Mimi. If you're in the patron Discord, you'll know that Mimi is kind of a creation. And I temporarily just shunted Mimi's model out of GPU memory to load that in to do a test. So if I just say like, hi, Mimi, Mimi's going to start loading things. And, you know, it'll just start doing things in the background. That's what you want. Okay, so what it looks like it's doing is it's sending a request to hf.co, which redirects you to huggingface.co, which then sends you to the get LFS thing for this. Okay, okay. So then let's see what happens if I do like Oh, I am curious now. How does this work? Let's see what happens if I do Q8 underscore 0. Oh, it just does it. Oh. 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 Right. It does the thing. It's just translating the GGUF links into there and coming with some default parameters or something, right? Because, like, if I do blobs slash that and then dash SSL, why are you doing this to me? Yeah, for anti-abuse reasons, Foss Unleashed. It's if you connect Discord to your Twitch account, you'll be able to get in because you subscribe. But for anti-abuse reasons, I had it connect via either Patreon or Twitch subscribers. So if you how do you do that? It's a #zserve on Libera chat. But for you, Foss Unleashed, you want this Discord support page. And then there's the Twitch integration for viewers, which will give you the sub-enabled servers thing in your connections tab. Sorry, we can't find the page you were looking for. Oh. It would help if you write things right. Oh. And then it just includes some default parameters. It's scraping the parameters from the GGUF file. Oh. Oh. Here is what it is doing. Yeah, it doesn't automatically join you. You need to manually join it because of abuse things. Yeah, and it defaults to the Q4 size. Oh. Oh. Oh, this is genius. Because everything is already put into S3 as content-aware blobs, then what they're really doing is just making other references to it. Oh. Auto join is how Patreon works, not the Twitch integration. Discord made the Twitch integration while Patreon was made by the Patreon team. Okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Sorry. But yeah, this'll work fine. Cool. I was wondering how that thing worked, but I guess it really is just pretending to be an Olama registry the same way that Yukari is pretending to be an Olama registry. And then we'll just say slog.info. Enabling Civitai proxy. So I guess a lot of the other hard part is going to be figuring out how to like take comfy UI workflows and compile them so that, or like integrate this into comfy UI somehow. I'm gonna need to figure this out. It's probably gonna be kind of annoying, but I'll figure it out. It'll work. Because the ultimate, I think, would be if you could somehow like take a comfy UI workflow in a folder that has all the models already there, pass it to this tool. It would go through, walk through all of your comfy UI nodes, upload all of the models there, and then upload all the models to object storage, and then get it ready so that you can run it from a serverless thing, and it would automatically download the models that were missing before it tried to do the serverless invocation of comfy UI. Does that make any sense? I don't know. This is a really complicated way to get pictures of anime women. God, that's a sentence. Oh, I'm hungry now. I mean, AI has always been a complicated way to do that. Yeah, I guess. It's just like I have envisioned an even more complicated way that makes some things simpler, but also other things complicated. Like, the core reason why you'd want to have something cached like this is because of the left pad problem. Like, and I went into this more last week, but left pad was a situation in 2016 when the company KIK, a messenger, decided that they wanted the npm package KIK, which was used to kickstart new node packages. It was made by somebody that had published a lot of node packages. And when npm used the trademark policy to yoink control of the kick package, the person who published that decided that they were done with npm and decided to delete every single package they controlled off of the registry, including a package called leftpad, which left pads a string with a number of spaces. This broke the entire internet. Ironically enough, it broke Kik's builds too. Also, pro tip, if some ecosystem-wide thing like that happens where some like core dependency is no longer available, or like the package server is down for a very long time and you don't have things cached locally, don't fight it. Go take a nap. Just wait 2 hours and everything else will have resolved itself. Notable exception, if you end up in a situation where you are the person on the receiving end of that, where your registry is the thing that is down and it is causing people to not rejoice, you cannot take a nap. You are in firefighting mode. Today I learned deep lore. Yeah. In 2024, this is still the best example of XKCD showing the state of open source depending on one little project no one knows. Oh, let's pull up that XKCD. It's a classic. I'm pretty sure that when this comic was drawn, it was talking about image magic. Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes. It doesn't show the alt text on the image, but someday image magic will finally break for good, and we'll have a long period of scrambling as we try to reassemble civilization from the rubble. Oh, image magic. Oh, image magic. Image magic is another package that is just so important to all of computer science. Yeah. Image magic is a Swiss Army chainsaw for dealing with images. The other things that have some pretty critical, well-known packages have a single part-time maintainer. Yeah, OpenPGP used to be that way, and then they had a blog post where he's like, hey, this is one of the most depended on and important packages on the internet, and nobody's, like, funding me. I'm about to go home. I'm about to become homeless. Please help. And then they helped. The day the one dude in Stockholm that maintains curl has had enough will not be pretty. Oh, God. Oh, it will be bad when Badger finally burns out. Yeah, you're right. Oh, God. That XKCD was referenced quite a bit with the XZ issue. Oh, the XZ issue was also potentially bad. Like, I need to write out the take at some point, but, like, that XZ vulnerability that was inserted was quite possibly one of the best cyber attacks that almost happened. Yeah, there's a Wikipedia page. That's how you know it's real. Those AI bugs on curl were completely stupid. Oh gosh, yes. XZ is... What happened here is that we almost had, like, the entire internet get popped by being able to inject arbitrary commands into SSH daemons remotely. It's more like an attack caused by a dependency issue rather than an attack caused by a retraction. Yeah, it would have been worse than the left pad issue, though, because, like, it basically would have meant that, like, every computer on the internet open season for hacking. And it would be really difficult to tell, but they found it because somebody's Postgres server was slow. And it shouldn't have been slow, so they started digging. Yeah, the exploit mechanism is beautiful. Like this mechanism is amazing. The malicious code is known to be in version 5.6.0 and 5.6.1. The exploit remains dormant unless a specific third-party patch of the SSH server is used. Under the right circumstances, this interference could potentially enable a malicious actor to break authentication and gain unauthorized access to the system remotely. The malicious mechanism consists of two uncompressed text files that contain the malicious binary code. These files are available in the Git repository, but remain dormant unless extracted and injected into the program. The code uses the glibc ifunc mechanism to replace an existing function in OpenSSH called RSA public decrypt with a malicious version. OpenSSH does not normally load liblzma, but a common third-party patch used by several Linux distributions causes it to load libsystemd, which in turn loads lzma. Oh, it's just... It wasn't in the normal source code. It was only in the release tarball, and nobody compares the release tarballs with the source trees. It's data that's hidden in a test. It's like hidden in compressed test data, which, yeah, in a way, it is reassuring. This was a state actor attack that was foiled because some random person noticed their Postgres server was too slow. It's just so good. Like, this is so good. The script appears to perform the injection only when the system is being built on an AMD 64 system that uses glibc and GCC and is being built by a DPKG or RPM. It is so good. Like, that would have been the best attack ever. And, like, it is bad for me to, like, congratulate the people that did this, but, like, this is good. Yeah, it was targeting Debian based and Red Hat based, which is like the entire internet. So good. In addition, the incident also started a discussion regarding the viability of having critical pieces of cyber infrastructure depend on unpaid volunteers. So good. Gotta love having your exploit get trashed because System D is constantly breaking everything. Yeah. I. It's just so good. Anyway. I am going to go not talk on the internet because I'm tired. We did success today. We had the thing work. Does the thing still work? Yes, the thing still works. Oh, who should I raid? Doc Rect. Sure. Gonna finish lunch and stream myself. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thank you. Stay safe out there and like stay warm if you're in the north and stay cool if you're in the south. Yeah. It's good. It's a good day. I was successful. Let's hit the raid button. I have a heater beside me. Yeah, I have a 4080 beside me. And then raid. Goodbye.